strange. Should be fine. Hope it's fine. Oh my god. How does my room look like? So we're making a bit of to-do list now. On like what we're up to, what we're doing. And then we see where it goes. And what we are actually doing. So first we need to add here little element text. Good. We're just writing it on the stream right now. And we say here, hey, to do. Is there something? Yeah, there is something. And we are writing. We are writing down tidy up more. Do yoga. Make this text smaller if we can. Oh, we can do this after. But eat stuff. Like also vitamin D. I thought about going out today to do sports, but right now I'm streaming, so I believe like maybe I'm going just out for a little bit of a walk, and then tomorrow I'm going to go to the gym and so. I believe that's the plan. I can also record some stuff in here while I'm streaming. This is also a possibility. That's about it. We really need to tidy up. because I was lying around for so long today. What's up with this bitrate thing? That's so strange. I need to fix like whatever the fuck is going on here. Hmm. Settings, stream, output, bitrate. Is it just now higher bitrate already? No? I don't really understand why it's red. Let's put it on what else is there to do? Um Yeah, I need to do this later. I can even maybe stream tomorrow, maybe. Hmm. I will stream on Monday, this is clear. Let's see what's happening today, if somebody's coming in or what's happening. It says like the bitrate is good here on the thing, but I'm not sure if it's like okay with this. I don't know. Um and I still it still looks like a little bit strange with my door, I guess. And also it doesn't really look tidied up there. I also would like to read. I want to do so much stuff and it's like uncozy. This is the whole thing with me all the time. That's just why I'm making this list right now. I'm like, okay, let's figure out what we're doing. Okay. Let me some ginger here. Okay. Moment. still buy another if I need. Oh, they're so good. Okay, let me think. Let's keep on moving. Yeah, I'm not doing this right now. Yeah. Okay, something I need to do here. That's good. Then it's done. Okay, something else I need to keep in mind. Not completely sure on like how to do everything, but I just need to start doing it. And then I can do it again whenever it's time. Whenever it's time to redo the things. But the main thing is like just doing them and really creating value. Is the main thing. And exactly. So let's. I've done this. Possibly it's good to just get it quickly and then work through it. And the courses, so I can advance with it. But then if I do that, I'm completely zoned in that sense. And in a way, I would like to go out and go for a run or something. But I'm not sure it's good today. Maybe it's too much. It's like good to have a day where I'm like having a day off or something. Maybe. Maybe it would be good. So, not completely sure. Mm. It's also about planning Sunday. I don't know, the bitrate seems to be red. There's nothing behind it. Well, that's okay. Mm. Okay, and I need to take vitamin and take vitamin D. This is done already? Is there a combination of like... Yeah. Mm. Mm. Planning Sunday is important. Then I know more on like what I'm doing today. Best thing would be if I could do like the recording courses. But I also like to do like an hour of like programming. Just 1 hour. Time boxed. Mm. Let's go here and say 60 minutes. This would take like 2 hours at least to record, I believe. And then editing will take even longer. I need to do it time efficiently, so I will need to make sure I'm kind of like reading and reading and talking, reading and talking, reading and talking and reading and talking and doing everything, recording everything at once. Record at once. Doesn't matter. Yeah, so basically in one session. Not courses, but just course. Um, this will take, let's say 60 minutes. So how far are we in time wise? This is 10 min. Yeah, this is basically nothing. This is, let's just say 5 min. So we are at 2 hours, 4 hours, 4.5 hours, basically 5 hours ish. So if we get the whole thing through, I'm very happy, I guess. Then I do have the editing to do tomorrow, because I can't get the editing in. Can maybe get started with the editing. The whole scripting is like more or less done. Maybe the last one needs to have a little bit more, but it's not about the last one right now. It's just about one after the other. So I'm recording one after the other, and then of course I need to have like somewhat a clean background that is not irritating. Oh, this is another thing that I forgot. Yeah, so I need to have a clean background, otherwise it's not going to happen, the whole thing. And it's really important to have a clean background, so I just need to have a green background. And I mean, the things are quite high, but they're not too high, so I will possibly need to cut out a piece of myself when I'm recording myself. But it doesn't really matter. It's much more about the voice instead of like the picture. Still the picture matters as well. Ow. Yeah, well, let's do it. So I need to I forgot about this, yeah. I need to prep recording room. Not sure how to do this, not sure how I can fix these things unless like I'm leaning them somewhere. So this will be a challenge. Other than I really turn my whole thing, my whole setup, I'm turning it so I can, yeah, this is possibly the solution. It won't look nice, unfortunately, but this is what needs to be done, I guess. Oh no! Wait, how long is this? I'm turning. Okay, it's not too bad. Shifting it. I can also shift it way more. But then I need to stop the stream for a bit, because all the cables will be in the way and so on. And then I can use again the green background again that I created. So which is nice, which is super nice, because I can also use it for the streams. So I can put myself somewhere and be just way more proficient. Or also like this kind of thing, I can even like open it up one more maybe. Wow. And it's like, wow, I have the dough. does this mean now? No, and I'm way more proficient in a way of like what I want to be doing, right? So yeah. Either way, I'm not going to stop until I'm succeeding there. So still, let's put in the work that I can put in at the moment to get the most out of it. So you know, it's not about, it needs to be somewhat clean, right? So I need to prepare my room. I need to make sure the setup is better. So let me put the whole green stuff again over here right now. No, not right now. Right now? Yeah, right now. I'm putting the whole green things over here for a moment. And then I still need to do the tidy up my room and so on. And then we see where we are. But I also need some music somehow. Let me quickly mute myself. Hello. How are you doing, dear Wasserburger? How is it going? You're following me since February 2021. Yeah, we're still streaming, we're still going, but a little bit slower than usual. And I'm tidying up and preparing a little bit of like my room and so on. And yeah, good to see you. Welcome in. How are you doing? How is it going? Yeah. I just took a bit of a break because I was tidying up and tidying up and tidying up, and it takes a long time to sort everything, and I need to throw away a lot of stuff. But then I'm also looking forward when it's done. But still, I just need a little bit of a break right now. So yeah, it's good that you're like intervening, as I was like somewhat doom scrolling on Instagram for a moment. Not really doom scrolling because I'm streaming, you know. But I'm good actually. Did you get a chest tattoo? Yeah, I got a chest tattoo. This is my cat. There's the eyes. So when I was young, I had a cat, and I really adored the cat, and we got a great connection. So at one point, I decided to take that cat from, you know, he died, and take the cat from my shoulders to my heart. So yeah, that's something I did like, I think already like 1 year ago, just 1 year ago, like a little bit more than 1 year ago. So that's something I did, and yeah. Yeah, thank you. We like designed it together with like this guy that I met. Basically, somebody recommended this tattoo artist to me, and I was like, okay, going to check him out, and we really instantly connected quite deeply, and it was super supportive. Look, you know, it's like my first tattoo and everything, and it's quite big, and it's quite at a prominent place and so on. But then it felt so good that I just said like, okay, let's do it. You know, you live once, and sometimes it's good to take bold decisions, I believe, you know, bold decisions about yourself and so on, and see how it feels, you know, and see what's happening then, and how it evolves, you know. It's also moving when I move my body, and that's quite cool. I like it. I wouldn't trade it for anything else. Possibly it's growing at one point, but not right now. It can take possibly 2 years more until I get like additional things, you know, letting it grow and so on. Man, you're brave. You went all out for your first one. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's really about something that is important to me. So again, it's like about a cat I felt really connected to. So it really means a lot to me, and I'm not second guessing my decision at all. And I'm very excited to have it and to be proud wearing it in a way, you know. And that's also why I no, we didn't test run. We made multiple different designs, and then we started to choose one on like, okay, well, what it's going to be, you know, and how exactly does it look like, and then we started to get more and more into details. And as my first tattoo, you know, we really discussed like for about 2 months before we started to get the tattoo done. So if you want to follow this guy on Instagram, he's amazing. You can follow him, and yeah, he's cool. You really you know, he deserves everything he's getting, and he's doing his very best. So I like to give him also like a little bit of, you know, shout outs here and there. So and you know, when you're with him, you're like, he's just so calm and everything, and just so grounded, and instantly I knew like, okay, this feels really good with this guy. So I wasn't really like looking for anybody else, but it was like, yeah, we can do this together, you know. And yeah, that was amazing. So Waffleburger, are you also thinking about having a tattoo, or are you playing with the thought? Are you entertained by the thought, but you're not quite sure yet? Because if I hadn't met this guy and it hadn't felt good, I wouldn't have done it. So I really would said yeah, sorry, but no, you know. And that's that, That's how it goes, right? So it really felt good with him, and he's such an amazing guy that you kind of become friends if somebody does something like this to you, and you're almost like a living artwork walking around. And but I also contributed to the artwork. It's not just that he did all the work, but we kind of letting it come to existence through each other, instead of just one person doing it. I wanted to give him some freedom, but also about we're creating this together. I'm thinking of doing a henna tattoo about the idea of something permanent. Also pain. No, I just enjoy the work. I just enjoy the artwork. Okay, that's good. The pain, I believe the pain is yeah, it sounds strange and maybe a little bit, yeah, obscure and everything, but you know, it kind of belongs to it, It's like you really want to have something important, and you kind of want to honor this thought of having this tattoo and really doing something that is really meaningful to you. Then you don't care about the pain, It's okay, yeah, there's pain, but that's okay, That's okay. I there's I had so much pain when this cat passed and so on. So that's okay. I can deal with that pain. And it's almost like saying hey, I honor this cat a lot. And that's why I'm doing it. And even if it's gone and so on, I really enjoy it all the time with this cat. And I really want to express my gratitude in a way that is deeper, and really yeah, just go through this process, through the whole process of experiencing pain and experiencing, physical pain instead of emotional pain. I'm not saying that one is worse than the other, because both are very, very strong, but you need to be very careful with these kind of things, because maybe know people that are maybe you don't know, but there are people that cut themselves and so on, and to come back to their body and to feel their body, and to be aware again of what's happening around them, instead of losing themselves in the thoughts. It sounds very crazy, to be to experience this, However, there are people like that, and you must see that there's something also healing in pain. However, if you're abusing it, it's not good, But if you're using it in a way that is really you're grateful for it, you're doing something meaningful, getting a tattoo, I think it's okay, And or you're doing something that you really want to do, and it involves some pain, that's okay. But if it gets to a point where it's becoming more and more an obsession, then it's going to be bad, and it's kind of getting an addiction, of doing that. I understand, but I'm someone who has issues with injections at the doctors. The idea of tattoo, oh boy. Also from an art perspective, I wonder if it's more my vibe to change and try new things. Sure. I think tattoos are for people who have a more permanent thing to show. Like a beloved pet. Yeah, thank you so much, Waffleburger. I appreciate your view. And I understand your view very much. I understand it very much. So also the question about like, okay, yeah, it's part of me. I like to show it. It's part of me and I like to show it still. Like, there's not everywhere where I can show it or where I want to show it, you know. At the workplace, it's possibly not that great to show it to people around. Why should I do that, you know? However, like at this place and so on, and like talking about it, I believe that's good. I believe it's very much a thing that you can do, and that you can, you know, also like the artists, you're supporting the artists, and really like, yeah, you're creating a lot through like having a tattoo, I believe. But also like doing just conventional arts or painting and so on. I think art is very important in general, right? So yeah, I'm a bit tired at the moment. I wonder what I could do to get back into the mood of like tidying up and so on. So what segment did I catch you at? Programming or prep recording? I'm still tidying up. and kind of like prep the recording room, so it belongs a bit together. You see the green stuff there, and I really want to move. This is a table here, there's a table in front of me, and I want to move it around here, so like turning the table so the camera is pointed then this way. So now it's pointing towards my face, right? And then afterwards it should point this way. And that's where I need to stop the stream and then restart the stream at one point. However, I'm still tidying up, and I need to throw away so much stuff, because I always was like hoarding a lot of stuff, just throwing it somewhere when I didn't use it anymore. But now it's really the time to check in and throw some stuff away, because I will possibly also move from this place very soon. So it's really good to kind of like tidy up very cleanly, and then move on. By the way, I never asked back in the day, but did you follow a specific school of yoga? Yeah, I trained with the school of Anusara yoga, so like a little bit of this philosophy I learned. However, the style, so this is the school of yoga, like Anusara, right? And the style that I learned is Hatha yoga. And this is a little bit of like the thing. I can also do vinyasa, but I'm more in the Hatha yoga area of like really slow and introspective and feeling into the poses and so on. No, that's not hot yoga. Hatha is like very slow, and you're getting into the poses, and you're staying in the poses for some time, like a minute or so, and then you're moving again, and then you're staying in a pose again, and then you're moving again. This is Hatha yoga, and vinyasa is more like the flowing part of it. Like if you're doing a downward facing dog, and you're doing some sun salutations, and you're moving through the whole thing continuously. So it's not much of stopping in there, but it's like continuous. The hot yoga is more like the Bikram thing and so on. I never did hot yoga, and it's definitely something good. However, there are also some dangers to it. So yeah, there's also the one that is intriguing me, I need to say, is the Ashtanga yoga, because it's like very much something that is supporting you. However, it's also deepening the practice, and it's like a routine that's kind of like stays the same. It evolves a bit, but it also stays the same, and you feel the progress on yourself. So so I believe it's like something. If I could go back, I would be maybe a bit more intrigued by that. However, still, I'm very much in the spiritual realm of like everything around it, you know, instead of like just doing the poses and being better at the poses and body, 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 body. It's also about like the mental aspect of like, okay, how do you feel? What does happen in your body? How does it feel in your body? Instead of like, oh yeah, now we're doing this pose and oh, you're further now. And okay, no, it's like also perspective. However, this changes from teacher to teacher, you know, on like what are they teaching and so on, and what is important for that teacher, you know. So let me see what you wrote. So you, to simplify, are doing the yoga where you hold poses. Yeah, it's more slow, you know. It's more like you're feeling into the body and you're breathing and you're holding the poses, and then after some time you switch the pose, you're going into another pose, you're transitioning through some area, like you're flowing through some movements, and then you go into the next pose and you gradually deepen the pose and you feel your muscles working and you feel your body, and then you gradually go to the next pose. So it's changing. It's still somewhat flowy, but it's not like just flowing through the whole thing. It's more like, okay, we're entering here, we're feeling how the body feels, maybe there's some waves through the body, and then you're going to the next pose, and you're staying there a bit, and going to the next pose. I think you got it. This is Hatha Yoga, and the flowing thing is Vinyasa. I agree. I think focusing on the physical aspects or pose maxing is a poor utilization of what yoga has to offer. Or there are better options if all you want is the physical stuff. Do you do meditations in your own time? Yeah, currently I'm journaling. Waffelberger. It's like also a part of like meditation, you know. It's also a big question that you're posing here, because what exactly is meditation, you know? And maybe you know that I had a lot of people over that were like discussing like also like, okay, what is meditation and so on. And it's a big question because, and it's very important, because just formal meditation, that's fine, formal meditation. However, is that everything? No, that's not everything. You can go through life in a meditative way. What I mean by that is like you are aware of like what's happening around you. You really are aware of like, okay, of this moment, you know. You're aware and you're here and you're like, okay, I decide to be here right now. I decide to be present. I decide to not think about the future right now or anything, or the past. You're really in this moment. And you're really arriving and you're feeling your body and you're aware and you're like, in a way, almost like you're listening to your body, you're listening to your mind, and you're in this very moment. So what exactly is meditation? Does it really matter? But not really. It doesn't really matter. But what I mean is like, if you have awareness of this very moment, I believe this is a part of meditation. And if you have this awareness throughout the day, a little bit here and there, and maybe you're focusing on your breath again, you're doing some kind of meditation. If you're just like letting yourself be pushed through the day and you're like, here and there, and oh, I'm thinking about the future and the past, and I'm everywhere in a way, instead of like having this focus, you know, of this clear focus of like, okay, I am doing this right now, and I'm completely focused on this. I'm not in the future, I'm not in the past, but completely focused on this. I believe it's like almost like this flow state a bit. I believe that's a meditation. And you can, of course, practice formal meditation, which is like sitting down, having eyes closed, and so on. Or you can do journaling, and you're like really writing down all your thoughts. And afterwards, it feels like, okay, now I'm in the moment, you know? You're preparing to be in the moment. It's almost like when you're practicing formal meditation, also the different thoughts come up and you let them go, for example. And then it becomes more empty. There are more, not empty, there is more space between the thoughts. This is the important thing. There's more space between the thoughts. So again, I'm saying it one more time, because if you take this away, this is the important clue. There is more space between the thoughts. That's what you want to experience. Maybe I use mindfulness. That would be less vague. I'm thinking of classic lotus pose with breathing plus mindfulness stereotype. Yeah. You know, also this is, as you're saying, yeah. You know, mindfulness can be also a lot, you know. Mindfulness, you can also do so many of the meditative practices. There are, you know. But yeah, you know, we need some words to describe it. However, many definitions are strange sometimes, so we do not want to quiet the thoughts. That's wrong. That's really wrong. So again, we want to create more space between the thoughts, and it's an important to distinguish this, because a lot of people get stressed when there are thoughts around, but they shouldn't be stressed because it's completely normal. It's never going to be completely quiet. And as soon as you realize it's completely quiet, it's not completely quiet anymore because you realize it's quiet. So you see the point there that I'm making. And you have this in mindfulness, you have this in meditation, you have this in any other like somewhat meditative practice. But if it's just about focus and empty space, something like knitting is actually meditative. Yes, exactly. Other than breathing, I feel like it ticks all the boxes. Exactly, Freiburger, you're right. You're completely right. Knitting is meditative. Baseball playing is meditative. Running outside is meditative. Being... or not is meditative, it can be meditative. Sorry, it can be meditative. It's not completely about is meditative, it can be meditative. Because think about playing the piano. Have you ever played the piano? This is the question. If you're really a master in playing piano, you can just sit down and you can play, and you're getting into a meditative state. If you never played piano, you need to learn how to play the piano. And it's like, oh, wait, how do I do that? And you start to think, and you're very much in your head, and you're practicing, and so on. And then maybe at one point you can start to play a song, and you can get this glimpse of meditation because you can play this song out of your mind or just from your body, you know, your body remembers exactly what to do. So it becomes somewhat meditative. Well, no, I'm a singularly talentless person. I can barely beat a drum in tune. That's, yeah. Do not say that, Freiburger. Do not say that. You know, it's also very important about... I'm not criticizing you. What I mean is like... It's very difficult for me to formulate, but... Let me try to say it like... What your words are creative. Your words are creating. Your words are creating something. So when you're talking
to yourself or about yourself in a way that is like limiting, that is like I'm creating boundaries around you, creating like, okay, like a box around you. You are creating this box for real around you. So it's very important that you start to, if you want, you don't need to, that you pay super special care about what you're saying. Because everything that you're saying is basically a mantra or something that can become negative or positive. It can be negative or positive. And this is exactly the placebo effect. So if you know about placebo effect. So if you're saying something and you're like saying like, I'm such a good cook, you're creating it, you're reinforcing it. And some part of your body, some part of your mind believes it, you know? And for example, I can also say, I'm such a great boyfriend. I'm such an aware human. I'm such a great meditator. I can talk so well, you know, and at least in my mind, I'm creating all these positive things that kind of like uplift me. I have unlimited willpower. Everything like this is like, oh, yeah, wait a moment. This is somewhat true. This is like, I believe that. Yeah, I can stand behind that. Let's go, Marcel. You got this, you know, instead of like putting yourself down and making yourself small. I want that you make yourself big, you know, and take up space and show the world who you are, you know, in a way. I actually think I have bigger definition conundrum. What is spirituality? Do you have ever a discussion on that? Yeah. I mean, now that we somewhat defined meditation and what exactly it is, I believe spirituality is like, in a way, linked to religion, as it gives you a certain sense of like, there's more to it than just life. However, it's not, it's like spirituality can be religious, but it doesn't need to be. So I'm just making it up. So just think about it right now as you're asking me. But I think it's important to put it in terms like, okay, religion is like this big thing, and within, it's like not within. Religion is this big thing over here, and spirituality is this big thing over here, and then there's like a middle section that is included. So they're intersecting each other, and there's something between that is religious and spiritual. And then there's religion without spirituality, and then there's just spirituality. And, you know, there are certain beliefs and so on. And all these beliefs are somewhat true by the ones that are believing them, you know, it's like their own viewpoint and so on. So you need to kind of like figure out on your own what is your viewpoint. So what's your view? How do you see the world around you? Maybe this is spirituality. On like, how do you see the world around you, and what is your how do you fit into this world? Maybe this is even spirituality, you know, in a sense, like understanding yourself, you know. understanding who you are, understanding what you're doing, understanding why you get up in the morning. All of this could be a little bit spirituality, like almost like finding a higher goal, you know. Maybe it's not completely right, you know, and maybe it's completely right because it's my definition I give you right now. So it doesn't need to be true for you, but in a way, I believe you can figure out what is spirituality for you. Instead of like just completely defining it, it's maybe good to feel in for yourself, or like, okay, yeah, Marcel said this and that, and I feel like, yeah, he might be right on this thing, so I believe that, you know, instead of like really thinking about like a fixed term about what spirituality is and what it isn't. It's maybe good to be somewhat flexible and see that it's different for a lot of people, you know, and there's maybe not a real definition of it, of like completely have a written down definition of it. And then maybe there's something deeper. Maybe there's more going on, you know, of like you are seeing, maybe spirituality is consciousness. Maybe this is, and really being aware of this moment. Maybe this is spirituality. So again, maybe we have there an overlap with like what meditation is. But I'm just like saying what is coming to mind right now, and it might be correct or it might be not correct, whatever it is, you know. Where do you draw the line between self-affirmation and narcissism? Like, I feel self-affirmation and self-awareness might clash at some point. Like telling yourself you're a good cook while the food comes out burned, you say, I will be a good cook. You're really attentive right now, Waffleburger, so I appreciate you on like how attentive you are. That's a really good thing. Let's take one step back, because you're getting to a really deep example right now with like what you're making. Because there's one thing of like, imagine you're going to take a test, or let's stay with this example that you are making. It's a really good example. So imagine you're going to cook for somebody, and you're doing your very best. So you already know you're doing your very best, you know, and then you're going there and you're doing your very best, and it comes out not that good, you know. And in a way, you're looking at it and you're going like, hey, I did my very best, and it still doesn't come out that good. And then there's a fallacy in that, you know, because now you did your very best. You did your very best. So the result shouldn't matter that much, because you did your very best. Because of course there needs to be now a feedback loop to go like, okay, what went wrong and how can I improve? However, if you did your very best, it's like the result doesn't really matter in a way, because you are not nervous. Meanwhile, you're doing it, you're not nervous, you're just doing your very best, and you're looking at it, you're kind of like getting into flow, like, oh yeah, cooking and so on. And then in the end, something comes out and it's like, oh no, it's not good. Okay, let's order pizza or something, you know. But the thing is, it's very important to see this point quickly. And now we coming back to your initial question. If you're doing your very best, the result doesn't really matter, because you don't need to be too nervous about it, you know. You can just start cooking, you're doing it, you're not nervous about the outcome. The outcome is later, you see it later how it's coming out, but you're not completely not nervous about the outcome. So you're detached from the outcome, This is the first thing, right? So you're cooking your very best, and this thing comes out, whatever it is, good or bad. And now you're looking at it, good, okay, it was good. Oh, bad? Oh, it was bad. Okay, how can I improve? Or good? Ah, okay, I can do the same again, it was good. I'm a good cook. And the other thing is bad, like, oh damn, I can improve. And you're starting to label these things as good and bad, like the outcomes, you know? Instead, you need to look also in the front of like how you did, you know? Of like, did you do your best? Did you do your best? Question mark. Could you do your best? Was there something hindering you in doing your best? What can I change that I can do my best the next time? But again, let's see. I feel like self-affirmation and self-awareness might clash at some point. And this narcissism, your questions are going so deep, and we're really like just tickling a little bit of like a truth somewhere. But the thing is, this narcissism thing, I think narcissism is somewhere else, you know? I mean, I believe you need to be bold in a way and say like, hey, I can do this, you know? Or I believe I can do this. Let me try my best here, you know? And does this have anything to do with narcissism? Why? Or even like me being here having a tattoo, you know, this is my tattoo and I love it. And I wouldn't want to have any other tattoo here, because this is like really my life, and I'm deciding to be here in front of camera, and that's okay, and it gives me a lot, you know. Does it mean that I'm narcissistic and I'm showing off too much of myself? Maybe for some people, you know, but do I care about that? No, not really. I mean, they should live their life how they want to live, and in a way, you know, you can be. I think you need to be a little bit narcissistic in some areas of like your life, because see it as a scale. On like the left side is the super low, and the right side is like the super narcissistic. And if you're completely at the low end, then you're like really small, and you're like, oh no, what did the other people around me do, and so on. You need to be coming, or I need to take care of all the other people around me. And then when you're a little bit narcissistic, you're looking more after yourself. And if you're too narcissistic, you're just looking after yourself all the time, and everything that matters is just about yourself. But that's not true either, you know? So you need to be on this scale somewhere of like, okay, sometimes I really take good care of myself, and sometimes I'm really looking after another person and another human, and it's really important that I'm doing that, because I see like that the importance of like being there for this human, because I like this person a lot. So that's not being narcissistic. Narcissistic means like you're all the time over here, and you're all the time caring just about yourself and how you look and what you're doing, and it's just you, and everything needs to come to you, and no, the others can't, and stuff like that, you know? So it's good to be a little bit narcissistic at times. You need to be, actually. But again, it's not about lying. It's not about lying to yourself, but it's about like saying, hey, I can do this. I believe in myself. I can do my very best. And I can try my very best, and I can learn. I can maybe not yet cook that good, but I can learn to cook in a way. But So you see, you heard like not yet is also important about like when you're talking about like I cannot yet do this, you know, not yet, but soon, you know, I can do this and I can learn this and I'm a good learner and stuff like that, that you're like uplifting yourself, and instead of like limiting yourself, you see what I'm doing there. Okay, let me see what else you said. Right, spirituality is really slippery. I've been wrestling with the idea for a while now. The best I could come up with spirituality is existential transcendence. I'm still not 100% on that definition, but it's my best shot. Yeah, Rafshaburia, you know, it's like I think you're on a way, you know, on like figuring out what it is for you, you know, whatever exactly this existential transcendence means for you, you know, it's your view and this is correct for you. So you can start to discuss like, okay, what exactly this means, and you can see what comes back to you and so on. However, is there an end? Is there really do we really need to define spirituality? Is it really something that you need to define? Because why? Is it just like a mental act of like thinking, you know? Do we need to define it? Or is it just something that is like that we made up almost like, and it's like you can feel the answer, you know? Now comes the important part. You can feel the answer when you're tuning into your body. So again, you can feel the answer when you're tuning into your body. But why should we need to put it into words other than teaching somebody else? And this is very, very difficult. Think about like, I'm not sure if you're like too much connected to chakras, for example, and so on. You know, I had my fair share of like, okay, what are these chakras and why do we need to have these? And I don't really trust this stuff, and why does this exist, until I learned about like these views, you know, and these glasses that we put on to see the world differently. And as soon as I learned that, and I discussed with big teachers that I know and I appreciate, I learned like, oh yeah, this makes sense, because it's a way of seeing the world. You're putting on a different lens to see your body in a different light, and to do more of introspective work through your body. So it's very important to see that there is some things hidden in your body that you can feel when you're going to a very deep meditative state, and you can feel it very deeply and intense. And these lenses, like for example the chakras, they are helping you to get to that place, because it's very difficult to articulate these very things that are difficult for us to put into language. Did you get that? It's very difficult to put things into language, especially in spirituality. So we create certain experiences, or like not experiences, tools. We create tools that help people to connect to these experiences other people had in an easier way. So people are trying to guide other people, so certain people like teachers and so on, they're trying to find out ways to guide other people to the experiences they had, and they create like different lenses that are not completely true. However, they are helping other people to see the same thing, not the same thing, but a similar thing that the teachers saw, so they can connect also to that thing. If you're a monk and you're really deep into meditation and so on, it's not really usable, these concepts, these tools and so on. Of course, maybe they are usable and so on, and the monk learns them and so on. However, they are then much more abstract, and they are much more into the whole area of meditation, that they can overgo certain concepts that are like easier tools to connect to a more shallow level, you know? So these are like lenses that people are putting on, and then they can tune in. The monks, they don't need these chakras or so on. They can just like really tune into their body. So these are like people that are studying this stuff for much a longer time. So they are not taking away through or not necessarily taking away through a certain lens, but they're tuning in with their own lens and seeing their whole body in a different light than via like a concept like chakras, you know? So the line between self-affirmation and narcissism basically boils down to altruism. That actually makes a lot of sense. Or did I misunderstand that? Self-affirm, but don't be delusional about it. And always try and improve. Do your best and realize what's true, what truly matters. Yeah, still. Let me quickly look up. I need to look up something. Yes, exactly. In a way, you are, yeah, exactly. You're on the spectrum of narcissism, and on one level there's like altruism, exactly, and the other side is like narcissism, right? So you want to be sometimes in the altruistic spectrum and sometimes in the narcissistic spectrum. Narcissism is nothing bad if it's like under your control. If you sometimes you need to put up boundaries and put yourself first. So narcissism is just a bad thing if you're always narcissistic. You know, sometimes you need to put yourself first, and sometimes you're very much looking after somebody else, maybe your mother, maybe somebody else, and you're taking yourself off. It's not about you, it's about the other person suddenly, you know. And it's very important to see that. Yeah, and I think you got this one. And the other thing that you're saying in the last sentence, self-affirm, but don't be delusional about it, and always try to improve. In a way, yes, but again, you can dream. You're allowed to dream. You are allowed to dream and to see maybe things that aren't possible for you right now, but they will be possible in the future if you believe in them. And this is the important thing. You are not delusional, exactly, when you really believe in them. In a way, maybe there's something that is like very hard and difficult for you to obtain, you know, very, very hard. However, the chance of you obtaining it, if you really believe in it, is way higher than if you can't do that, you know? If you can't believe in it. So delusional sounds very negative, Waffleburger. So in a way, you know, I'm doing these streams because it's something that gives me a lot, and it keeps me in a space where I can create a lot, and I can move, and I can be aware of like what I'm doing, and it just gives me a lot, you know, and it gives me a lot to speak with you about like deep concepts, right? So I'm doing this for me in a way. However, I'm also doing it for you at the same time right now, as I'm thinking about you and like trying to figure out, okay, how can I give you certain concepts, and we are discussing, right? It's not just like I'm the teacher and I'm like saying like how it is, but it's more like we're having a discussion. It's not like exactly like how I'm saying it is. However, what I'm telling you right now is super important. These placebos are a thing. They are really a thing. So if you're telling yourself you can't do something, then you can't do something. If you're telling yourself, I can do this and that, your chance that you can do this is way higher than if you're not believing in yourself. And this is the placebo effect. If you think about, hey, no, I don't want to say this. If you think about, hey, I'm super healthy and my whole body feels great. Check in with what's happening when you're saying this. Because you actually are creating this experience, and it's so important to know, because if you're like thinking about somebody else and you're thinking like, this person is doing great, and you tell this person that he or she is doing great, they're like lighting up. They're like, oh wow, cool, somebody is seeing me in this light. And it's like, whoa, okay, cool, somebody's seeing me. That's amazing. And yeah, they are right, you know, and let's go, I'm doing great. You know, you can have such a deep impact in people, in humans, when you are like really seeing them and you're saying like, hey, this necklace looks great on you, or hey, I really like the way you talk to me, it's so helpful, or something like you put yourself out there and you're saying this. And now the clue is, why am I telling you that? It's like, if you're doing this to others and you're seeing the others, you see what effect it has on them. But then you need to also make the connection, the connection to yourself of like, hey, how do I talk to myself? How do I talk to myself when I'm having negative thoughts? What kind of thoughts come up? What kind of thoughts are repeating? And here we are in the affirmation space. And nobody explained this to me, you know? Nobody explained it to me. And I was like always thinking like, yeah, affirmations are bullshit, you know? Because nobody really took it apart for me to say like, hey, you know, negative thoughts, they are really changing you because it's a placebo effect that's going on. No, this is everything somebody had to tell me. And I would be like, yeah, of course, this makes sense. And yeah, I see that I'm putting this placebo effect in myself and I'm creating this. And actually the other thing, it's like nocebo. There's placebo and nocebo. Nocebo are the negative things, and placebo are the positive things. So you expect something positive, and nocebo is like you expect something negative. So it's super, 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 super important to understand this. This is like really like absolutely important. And so many people don't get it. And you really, it's like your whole life is different if you understand that. I believe. And you really need to not just understand it in a mental way, but you need to understand it with your body, you know? And this is this is also the key thing to it. You need to feel what's happening when you're really like thinking a thought and then what's happening in your body. You need to feel it. Like, for example, saying like, I'm healthy, and you're like really like, yes, I'm healthy, you know? That's right. I'm doing great. I'm looking out for myself. I'm doing so many great things. I'm so attentive. I'm so funny. I'm so great, you know, in a way. And you're not lying to yourself, but you're making yourself big, and you're taking up space. And people in your area might be like, wait a moment, this guy, what is he doing? He can't take up that much space. Why is he allowed to take up that much space? And that's might be a thing where it's like somebody's telling you like, you're narcissistic. Why do you show yourself on screen? Why do you do this and that and so on? But it's not about that, man. It's about like being human and supporting each other. It's about caring for each other. And then also it's about caring for yourself. And this has nothing to do with narcissism. Sorry, I should clarify. By delusional, I meant someone who thinks that they are a thing when they are objectively not. Okay, yeah. Not someone who is dreaming of becoming that thing. I understand, that's fine. Example, I'm the best MMA. Yeah, okay. yet has never even taken boxing classes. That's delusional. I will be the best MMA fighter. That's dreaming, that's manifestation, that's okay. Not a problem. So you can placebo, positively prime your mind, exactly. Or nocebo, exactly. Negatively prime your mind. Exactly, my friend, you've got it. And it's super, super important that you are not only can do this for yourself, but you also can do this for others. And that's a superpower. Because you can see people, and it's kind of like a little bit manipulative. However, it's if you are doing this in an altruistic way, and you're not doing it in a way of like, hey, I want something from this person, and this is narcissistic thinking, and you're manipulating somebody from this narcissistic viewpoint, but you're more into altruistic thing or somewhere in between, you know, where it's like some balance, and you're really helping this person, right? Then you can say exactly like, hey, Waffenburger, I really love to talk to you. I really see the thought that you're putting in to discuss this topic with me, and you're really writing great. And it's really, really, no, it's really like you are really writing great. Because I read a lot of things on Reddit that are completely like, I can't understand them. And it's like, sometimes like strange and so on, the viewpoints that these people have. And it's like not, how can I say, not balanced. No, not balanced. It's not conclusive. I'm looking for the word. It's not even like a red line going through it. So it's like already like, if you read it, then one part speaks against the other part because it's not balanced. It doesn't make sense. You know, it's like illogical almost, like the conclusions that are made. But you are making very much a lot of sense of like what I'm reading and what your reflections are, even though maybe I'm putting my thoughts out to you, and you are like coining and trying to understand my interpretations of like what I'm saying. So everything like this that we're doing right now is yeah, contradictory. Yeah, I think, yeah, exactly. You got it. So it's very important to acknowledge other people and see what they're doing, and saying like, hey, I really see you, and I honor you for what you're doing. You're doing great, and I love what you're doing, you know. I need to drink something quickly. this is really a superpower of like seeing somebody and saying like, hey, you are doing absolutely amazing, and I love what you're doing there, and I love who you are, or who you become. You know, I see the effort you're putting in. I see your beauty. I see your beautiful smile. I see how much fun it is, you know, together with you, for example. Or I see like the value we're creating, you know. And this is really, this is a superpower, man. This is really a superpower. You can do this to your mother, your father, your whoever, you know, and it's just like looking at them and seeing what they are doing great, and like saying it to them, and being like really sincere. You're not insincere, but you're sincere of like seeing somebody and saying like, hey, you have beautiful hair, or something like it, you know. And it really changes their perspective, and especially if they value you, if they value you, then it's even going to be stronger. However, it's even like if you're an unknown person and like coming in and you're telling them like something nice, that's like so rare, you know. It's so rare, and you really can change a person's life. And it's so important that we spread love, you know, in a way, in an altruistic way. Yeah, spread the altruistic narcissism. You know, so sometimes, yeah, you know, sometimes you need to take care of yourself, and you cannot spread love all the time. And sometimes you have like some energy and like, yeah, you know, I have some extra energy today. Let's give some extra energy to somebody else. And it's maybe just a smile to somebody that you don't know, and you're just passing by, and you're like, hey, I wish this person a good day. And you're like, kind of like just smiling a little bit at them, and you're like wishing them a good day. And this is actually an exercise that a friend taught me, and it's just a friend, it's not even a teacher. And he told me like he read this in a book, you know, about like if you're passing somebody and you're just thinking about, you're looking at them quickly and you're thinking about, hey, I'm wishing this person a good day. And that's everything. And then maybe you're doing it 3 times, about like you're watching 3 different people, and just go like, hey, I'm wishing this person a good day, without saying it, but you're just passing them by and you're looking quickly at them and you're maybe smiling a bit. And this is already making a difference. And you can try this yourself, Rafferburger, if you like. I did it, and it's also very, very cool to experiment, you know, to experiment and see. But I understand that it's a good idea to spread positive thought priming. Yeah. Well, I think by definition you have to take care of yourself if you're serious about caring for others, yes. Put your own mask in the plane before helping someone else, to use an illustration. Think of firefighters that spend most of their time taking care of themselves just to help others. That's a good point, Rafferburger, but I think it's also like wrong. I'm not saying, I don't like this put your own mask in the plane before helping others. Because yeah, it's right. In the plane, it's right. For firefighters, okay, yeah, they need to really take care of themselves to be able to help others. Yes, I agree. And then I also don't agree, because there's a thing where maybe you are in a bad place, and you can be altruistic, but you can't take that much, you don't have that much energy to take care of yourself right now. But when you're being altruistic and really like you're helping somebody, but you also receive something back, it's not about complete altruism. Like, this is also dangerous. It's very dangerous to be completely altruistic. You need to see this as well. You know what I'm doing here right now, Waffleburger, is being completely altruistic with you, because I'm just sharing my time and my knowledge with you completely for free. Completely for free. And this is super altruistic that I'm doing. Of course, I'm getting something back. I can talk to you, and it's like interesting and intriguing to share these thoughts, and it's cool to speak to you. However, it's also completely altruistic for me, because I don't expect anything back, right? So, and maybe that's a bad thing that I'm doing, you know? Maybe I need to be more narcissistic and taking more care of myself. But that's beneath the point right now. But what I want to say, why I believe this is wrong, is like, sometimes you need to take care of others. And, you know, it feels good. And it gives you energy even. So, of course, there is a danger. There's a very big danger of, like, taking care of another person, and then it feels good for yourself, and you're like, yeah, now I got this positive dopamine, whatever it is, back, and it feels good. I want to help more people. I want to help more people right now. And that's a danger. That's a big danger, because then you kind of like get into more this altruistic thing, and you're not taking care of yourself. Of course, now that we're diving deeper into this thought of like, okay, but then you can also be like this altruistic, and you're helping somebody, and maybe you get something back for it. Oh, and then it feels good. And then you remember like, okay, yeah, if I want to continue this right now and help this person more and see him develop and so on, then I need to be more narcissistic. I need to be more narcissistic so I can help this person more. So it's like maybe not always about putting your mask first, but it's maybe about helping the other person first and then receiving something back. And it's like, oh yeah, if I want to help this person more, then I need to take care of myself. And this is a very, very deep thought, because I believe it's wrong. You know, of course, the airplane example makes sense. The firefighter example makes as well sense. Still, I believe sometimes you can't take care of yourself, and you need to help somebody else, because this other person has priority. And it's very, very important that you're there for this other person, even if you're not feeling well, and you need to push through it in a way, because maybe you missed some self-love for yourself. But then again, after that point, you're going back to, you need to see like, yeah, now I need some time to recover, some time for self-love, and then you can help others again. Lol, as ever, it boils down to balance, it seems. Yeah, you're right. God, I kind of don't like balance. It feels like juggling so many nuances at the same time. You need to be just selfish enough, just generous enough. Yeah. Balance, man. All the time balance, Waffleburger. Agree. I also, and in the right context too. And I agree, you know, if you're just giving yourself self-love, you're becoming narcissistic. If you're just looking for others, it's altruistic, right? So yeah, spread the altruistic narcissism. Yeah, in a way, you know, it's not completely wrong. So, but then again, when you have some, of course, this is the optimal way of like, if you have some energy over, give some energy out to others and see how it feels to you. Because the thing is, it comes back to you and it gives you energy. And this is the beauty of it, right? Yeah. Of like, you know, the positive way, placebo that goes up. and the nocebo that goes down. We want to be in the placebo that goes up. We want to be. So affirmations, Rafferburger, I tell you, affirmations. Destroy these automatic negative thoughts that are limiting. Destroy them, you know, and see where it takes you. See where it takes you. See where you're going. Start streaming. Start doing yoga. Start doing base jumping. Whatever you want, you know, and stop limiting yourself. Start cooking great. Start doing whatever you like, you know. In a certain way. Of course, there are certain limitations around you. I'm clear in that, but then again, do not make more limitations. It's of no use to make more limitations for yourself, because you want to live life, you know, and you want to experience life. I'm actually trying to learn art, drawing specifically, and I found out very quickly how badly my mindset held me back. That's very beautiful, Rafferburger. And it seems to you, you know, it seems to me that you're very introspective, and I believe like art could be really the gateway for you, and to stop thinking that much and really tune in to art. It could be really beautiful for you. So I really encourage you to keep on going and continue with art, and yeah. Yeah, man. This is one big thing. Yeah. So yeah, I might. Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, now that we spoke about an hour or so, I could take it. Yeah, keep drawing and think positive. Doesn't matter how bad I am at the moment. You're not bad, man. You know, this is the thing. Labeling things as bad and good, it doesn't make much sense, you know. If you think about forgetting about being bad or good, just draw, man. Just draw. Doesn't matter how good you are. Don't get better. You know what? Yeah, exactly. Don't get better. The goal is not to getting better in drawing. It's about just experience drawing and have fun, man. Have fun. It's not about getting better. It's about experiencing drawing and seeing how it is, you know? Of course, with cooking, maybe you want to have some results. Of course, with drawing, maybe, you know, if you want to sell something. But if you're doing it completely recreational, hey, man, discover your own style. Discover your own thing. And have fun with it, you know, and see where it takes you. Not on the paper, but in your thinking, in your feeling, you know? I think that's the important thing, you know? It's not about being good or bad. It's also like the acro yoga thing that I'm doing, you know? A lot of people are like going to places or getting better and better and better and better. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I enjoy the basics like a lot. I enjoy like connecting with people deeply. I enjoy connecting and touching the people in just giving them hands and like establishing their confidence in this acro yoga thing. And it's like, oh, this is beautiful to me. It's like the most basic things. In the most basic things, you find everything. And it seems like people are forgetting it. And it's like they're just pushing ahead and like are forced to this thought of like getting better. I want to be better and better at something. Of course, if you want to sell your stuff and you need to be good at something, you need to be able to talk. For example, I as a streamer, if I want to make a living from it, for example, I'm joking right now because I'm not a good streamer. But But if I would want to make a living for it, I would need to train my speaking a lot. And you know, I have something at least in mind of like, I like to be in some podcasts and share my thoughts and so on, because I think if I really connect with somebody deeply, it's like intriguing for others to listen, and like also for me to learn about like different questions and so on, and like intriguing conversations. But the thing is, like, am I doing it for money right now? No, not really. I'm not earning anything. I'm doing it for my own experience of like, okay, let's see where I can take this. Let's see what's happening. Let's see where I can go with this. Let's see what I can learn about myself. Let's see what I can do. You know, it's like, this is my experience. What am I doing with it? Is it bad? Is it bad that I'm sitting here and there are basically no viewers, and I have a very expensive microphone, and I love to record meditations, and I'm showing myself out there in the world, and so everybody can come in and see me doing these things? Is it bad? No, it's not bad. Who will judge me that it's bad? I think it's cool. I think I like doing it. I love doing it. I love talking to people, and the experience is great. No matter if my hair is a little bit strange, no matter if I'm looking a little bit ill, no matter about all these things. And of course, I'm looking great, actually. No, I'm kidding. I mean, it's like it's like having fun, you know. It's like uplifting yourself. It's like being very positive, and it's very hard to do if you're hormonal in if there's something going on in your body and you're not in imbalance, you know, and something is missing, some food is missing, or some hormones are wrong. It's very bad. It's like maybe you don't get there, but also like the positive mindset helps also a lot. But there needs to be good food in your system as well. So yeah. Well, now that you mentioned cooking, I should actually get making dinner. Thanks for the chat. I've got a lot to think over tonight. Yeah, real. Refriburger, that's great. You're doing a great job. I hope you're cooking great. I know you're cooking a great meal. And I hope to see you again soon. It was lovely speaking with you. I really mean it. And it seems like really like I like speaking with you, so it's cool. And yeah, just keep on drawing, man. Just keep on drawing. Much love out to you, my friend. Take care. See you around. And actually, yeah, I also should need to get going and continue. Oh. Test.
Test, test. So guys, we are finishing up here. Because I'm completely not in time. Completely not. Also because I took like a 1 hour break somewhere. And then I went eating. I didn't do any yoga. I will do some yoga right in a little bit. But I also need to shift the thing around, so it's a little bit different. So it will take me another hour and then I'm in bed, I guess. So let me do that. And I will stream tomorrow again, I believe. And then also record everything that I need. Possibly also do the editing, but most likely not on stream because I need to be focused. Either way, it was good what I did today, even though I didn't go at all as far as I wanted. And it just takes time because it's really important what I did today, like tidying up and going to throw away some stuff, like quite a lot of stuff. So I'm happy about that. It creates a little bit more like tidying, just a clean room and so on, and it's important for me at this point. Yeah, and creates a bit more space for stuff. But I need to stop the stream right now, so I can also turn off the computer and then move it a little bit around. Hopefully it looks good like this then. And yeah, then I can set up the stream tomorrow and put something in the background and so on. And we see each other tomorrow again. So thank you for being here. Thank you for checking it out. Thank you for coming in, everybody who did. And I appreciate you and I hope to see you tomorrow. Bye bye. And we gone.